You guys can hear me for this first little bit. GM. What is good, everybody? Let's see who we got in the chat. We got JJ. What's good, JJ? Always appreciate you being here, buddy. GM. Moses. GM. Another familiar face. Foobs. My boy Foobs. GM. Monsieur Fromage. GM. He says, great outline for today's stream. So yeah, I wanted to take a different approach today. For those that know, I've been doing a lot of my perps trading on Vertex protocol. It's a great platform. Execution is really fucking quick. Like, I really enjoy Hyperliquid, but there's definitely like a slightly faster fill execution on Vertex. Now, it doesn't have as many pairs as Hyperliquid, but it has a long list of perps pairs that you can trade. Most of the usual suspects. And so what I wanted to do was just, like, I like to keep organized. I like my days to be organized. I like to be able to execute quickly. And so what I did was yesterday, during some downtime, I went through all of the perps pairs on Vertex and I pulled them up in an equivalent watch list on TradingView that I shared the link. You can find the link to that watch list so that you guys can follow along. You can just, if you're planning on trading on Vertex with me, you can use that as your watch list as well. I like to do my primary analysis still via TradingView, and then I execute my trades and monitor low time frame on Vertex. But when I'm setting up my high time frame areas, what I'm looking for, I still prefer using TradingView as a platform, especially the alerts are rock solid. But there's a lot of pairs on there. And given that I started a fresh watch list, I figured, well, you know what, I'm gonna have to take the time anyways to go through and draw my voodoo and squiggles on these charts so I can be prepared for trades. I might as well just do that live with you all here so that you can follow along. So it's not going to be as talky of a live stream. It's going to be more of the type of thing that I'm just going to let run throughout the day while I'm going through this. Like, it's time consuming to go through. I don't know how many pairs there are on the list. You guys can open up the list for yourselves, and there's, I don't know, maybe almost 30 pairs. I'm not saying I'm going to get through each and every one of them, but I'm going to do my best. But the way that I can run through those quicker is just by going about my business, doing it with less talking. Now, I'm here to take questions throughout the stream. You can holler at questions in the chat. Excuse me. And I'll do my best to answer those as the day goes through. But like I said, this is just going to be an ongoing stream, probably for a few hours. Like, I'm not telling you to sit here and watch this with me the whole time. That would be crazy. And I don't know what's going on X right now, but the way that they posted the live stream, it's a bit weird today. It's not like auto showing. So I would appreciate it for anyone that is joining from X, if you could like and repost it so it can get a little bit more visibility, because it doesn't seem to be traveling as far today. But you know what? That is what it is. Let me run through all the introduction stuff, and then we can get underway. And what I am going to do is I'm going to run through the Bitcoin chart, and I'll actually talk through that one top down and the approach. And then on the other pairs, just like pull up the watch list, pull up your charts, and start following along as well while I'm doing them. And like I said, I'm not going to talk through them as much because I do want to just plow through and get it done. But I will talk through the Bitcoin chart in the process, and then you can try and follow along on your other charts as well while we run through them. I am 0xRapture, and this is Astrology for Men. Welcome to another episode of Coffee, Charts, and a Cigarette, where I will chart any shitcoin with the pulse. Although we're running through majors, we're running through perps, we're running through sex pairs, perps dex pairs, the Vertex pairs. Today, I want to give a big shout out to the sponsors of this show. Pull just real quick. Here we go. TheDailyEdge.com, TheDailyEdge.com/subscribe, which is a daily newsletter written by the one and only on-chain wizard, giving you actionable intel, insights, and information about the market from the day before, so you can try and make informed decisions around on-chain flows. It's a free newsletter. I highly suggest you go and subscribe. And it'll arrive at your inbox every day. Also want to give a shout out to ChainEdge, chainedge.io, which is an on-chain analytics platform tracking the top 0.01% of DEX traders by profitability, where you can monitor the real-time flows and where the hot ball of money is traveling on-chain. Portfolio holdings, attention scores, smart follows across X, all that good stuff. Head on over to chainedge.io. I believe there is a ref code circulating around somewhere for 10% off your lifetime fees. That you can find links in the description below if you're joining from YouTube, or if you're on Twitch, you can go to the About section, find some links there. You can find a link to the Astrology for Men, or the AFM Telegram group, which is the community pairing to these live streams. You can go in there and there's a bunch of links in the section in there. Anyways, enough of that stuff. Enough of all that stuff. Get rid of this I'll be live shortly thing. And yes, don't forget to follow and subscribe wherever you are watching this stream from. Trying to grow this community, trying to reach as many people as possible to help teach them the system that we use to trade. Just looking over a few things. We got some people trickling in. Amazing. I appreciate everyone who is joining, as always. So now that I've got that out of the way, let's get rid of this. Pull this up. Maybe we'll switch the music up. So, like I was saying, I'm going to run through this Vertex. Make that larger. This Vertex watch list. This is every single pair tradable on the Vertex perp platform, which, like I said, is where I've been doing the majority of my trades. So I wanted to have an easily accessible watch list so that I can stay on top of what pairs I want to be trading on there. But with that comes a new opportunity to start fresh and top down on the charts. So what I'll actually do is I'll stop the music for now while I'm running through Bitcoin, because like I was saying, I'm gonna talk through the top-down approach on Bitcoin, and then for the other charts, I'm mostly just gonna run through them, and I'll put music back on during that. But I do want you all to be able to understand the process while I go through Bitcoin, so you can apply it to the other charts. So here's the monthly chart on Bitcoin. What I'm actually going to do is I'm just going to get rid of all drawings that are on here. Goodbye. We'll just start fresh. I know you can't see any on here, but on lower time frames there were some drawings, but we'll just get rid of all those and we'll start fresh. We're going to start by marking out a couple key levels on the monthly time frame. There was this all-time high from 2021. Yes, we could call this the all-time high, but truthfully, on a monthly close level, this was the main primary level. And you can see on monthly, when we broke above that, that was the level that we ended up holding. So I just want to mark out a couple of these monthly levels. There's another one there. Actually, we can pop on so that we know what those are. It's a previous all-time high. Got a new previous all-time high here. You can see that we have this monthly area of consolidation. Monthly is like the one time frame that is still bullish, which is, I mean, that's a ridiculous time frame to be trading day to day off of, but it is good to note that on the highest time frame on monthly, the chart is bullish as fuck, right? Like, no denying that. There is an area of consolidation and demand in this region. That potentially we could see price trade back towards. I mean, it's the thing about it is everyone and their mother has this area marked out on their charts. And crypto has a funny way when everyone is watching one area, that price either front runs it or slices through it. So maybe we're doing that front running at the moment. So that's the key sort of area on monthly. No idea if we're going to get there, but if price on Bitcoin does get down into that monthly area, really good area to be loading up. We can see we had our weekly range that broke down recently. This has been the weekly range, right? Swing low that created the swing high, making a higher high on the weekly time frame. That was your weekly range, which we've since lost. So we can probably go ahead. We can probably go ahead and mark this here as all-time high. From a weekly perspective, we have this area of weekly supply. What is supply? Supply is an area that price broke down from to create a lower low, depending on what time frame you're looking at. But it's an area where price had been in a range and then it broke down from, and the supply is the area that on a lower low, you're looking for the lower high to form. And the theory behind it is there's more supply in the market in that region. You know, you had people that bought up here or bought up here that are now underwater that are like, okay, well, if I can get back close to break even, I'm going to be dumping my supply onto the market. That's why it's called supply, right? So we have that key. Shorten that up a bit. Weekly area of supply. Here's your weekly swing high. Now, often I get a question like, why certain swing points are you choosing versus others? Why is it this one? Why is it not that one? Right? And that's one of the harder parts in the process is determining what the primary range is, what the primary swing points are that determine your bias. Like bias is the hardest. I'm not going to say it's the hardest, but it's usually one of the last pieces of the puzzle to come together that before the process and the system really unlocks for people. And so why is this the swing high here? Well, you had your weekly range, swing low to swing high. It was a bullish range. But then you had a swing high that created a swing low, creating a lower low below the previous range. And that's really the defining thing, right? Now, on this weekly move, there is a bit of this one's a bit harder to read, just in the sense that we had this one long weekly wick that made it look super bullish off that Trump news, but then we ended up closing below. So truthfully, the weekly range low is this right here, right? Swing high that created the lower low, because until the weekly closed below here, this could have just been a bullish wick with continuation of the upside, but we didn't actually get that, right? Like until this closed below the range, we had not made a lower low yet. So this is the weekly range here. What's a little bit difficult is we do have this wick here that on a weekly time frame we did wick, right? We put in a weekly SFP there, a swing fail pattern, right? Like price tried to go below and it failed to close below that level. So you can truthfully use either of these, either this or this. Like this is the true swing low, but given the reaction that we've had off of this level here, we'll use that. Right? Like sometimes you just have to adapt to the information that you've got on the ground. So this is our weekly structure. It's a bearish weekly structure. We've put in an SFP, and ideally we're going to get some sort of price action that brings us up into the weekly supply before we see, okay, are we forming a lower high, or are we going to get price that sends us above the range high to flip weekly back to bullish? Now that's a late move, and like, you know, when prices are down here, you don't want to be waiting till up here to finally be buying. Although for some people that is how they approach it, but you know, there are ways to get in before that. Like we had this weekly SFP. And then if we go down into lower time frames, let me hide that. We don't need the Monday range information yet. If we go down to lower time frames, so the 3-day and the weekly range is the exact same range. There's your 3-day high, there's your 3-day low. It's a bearish 3-day, bearish weekly range. We can actually tighten up the supply zone on a 3-day up into here. And make use of these hotkeys, right? Like when you're marking up your chart, make use of all the shortcuts and stuff like that. Like how I utilize bring to front, bring to back, visibility on certain intervals, right? Like if you don't change the interval, what you'll do is you'll switch time frames, and then you've got that box sort of standing out on the higher time frames. Oh, not here. So it's actually working out okay, but it can get a bit muddy, especially when you drill down into lower time frames. Say you're marking out like an hourly range or stuff like that. It just gets a little bit muddy to look at. So we've tightened it up, and we can actually see after that move down, once we lost the 3-day range and we made a 3-day lower low, the initial bounce up sent us right up into 3-day supply. And that's exactly where it rejected from. Now, for those of you that have been with me for a little while, following along, when we put in this 3-day SFP, we were looking to get long, which we did. And for, you know, if you weren't buying into that SFP, the next move after that, we said we were looking for was a flip of this H4 supply into a bullish breaker. Right, we had this here closed above, then we were looking for a retest, right? But it's been a lot of chop city. So now we can go down to daily, right? We've got our 3-day range, same as the weekly. We've got our 3-day supply up there. We go down to daily, and we can see here is our daily range. Swing high, swing low. This is daily time frame. This is your daily range. One of the primary high time frames that I use. Now, why is this the range, and why was it not incorporated in this? Well, because you can see here, this was at one point the daily range low. From this range here, this was your daily range low, and then you got a close below right there. All right, you can see how you had an SFP at one point which sent it up into supply, and it tried to hold that level. SFP'd it again, but then you got a close below. So this is your daily swing high to swing low in a daily bearish structure. And that's the primary range that we're trading within. But you can, this really highlights though, you know, things like SFPs on high time frame, how good of a counter signal they are, right? Like you had one here. Even if you waited for that daily close, just buying after the close gave you a nice move. Same thing here. It's a little bit shorter, a little bit shallower because the close is all the way up here. But you can see how good of the signal those high time frame triggers are. And what you do when you get a signal like that is you're just popping down to lower time frames to try and find something you can work with. Now, what I see here And by the way, for the most part, the pairs on this Vertex watch list are Binance perps charts. I like the Binance perps charts personally because I find they are some of the most traded off of in crypto, especially during the Asian session. But there are little differences between the different platforms. Like even if we look at the Binance spot chart versus the Binance perps chart, there's some differences. If you look at the Bybit chart, the coin, like they're all a little bit different just based off where price closed on those markets. What I noticed on the Binance perps chart was we actually got a daily SFP here, and price has been getting capped underneath it. Now, this is the only chart that it had that SFP, but it's been respecting that level, which has added importance to me of the Binance perps chart. So we have been dealing with that SFP there. And I mean, this is the main thing, right? Like on daily, is this where we're capping off? Like I know it starts to get a bit muddy here with this many things on the chart. And you don't have to draw all of these boxes and all these lines, right? Like when you know what you're looking for, especially when you get your high time frame areas marked out, you don't have to be drawing every single box. All the boxes do is draw your attention towards, it's like a reminder. It's like, okay, price is in this area. What was it I wanted to do in this area? Okay, I know this is an area of supply. So what I'm doing when the price gets up here is I'm jumping down to lower time frames to see if I get some sort of trigger to tell me to go short or to exit the market. And likewise, in demand, in an area of demand or at the bottom of a range, right? Like you want to look for reasons to get bullish at range lows and reasons to get bearish towards range highs. Well, when price gets down towards the bottom of the range, or if it's in a bullish market structure and you have your demand boxed out, well, then you're in that area. And it's just a reminder to yourself to say, hey, this was an area that I determined is where I want to be looking to do business. Now is the time to pay attention, to pop down to lower time frames, to figure out or to look for the setups and triggers that I like to take for a trade. And it's usually some version of a fractal, right? Like in a top-down analysis style, you're usually working off of 2 to 3 time frames, and you have your high time frame and a low time frame. And sometimes you have another lower time frame that you're just using as your fine-tuning for entries and exits. But generally, I like daily and I like H4. Trader Main, who I learned a great deal from, and who a large part of the system that I trade is based around what I learned from him. He likes the H12, H1 approach. And a lot of people like H12 because of the little fine details that you can get. It's like taking a daily candle and cutting it in half, right? So you get twice as much information. I've personally found that using daily and H4 is like my best hit rate in terms of setups. So those are the ones that I like to use. But so yes, we've been dealing with this SFP here. And daily SFPs, we could take a little journey here and go back through time a little bit. And we can just outline some places where we got daily SFPs when you're looking for a reason to get bearish or short at the highs, right? Like this was near all-time high, daily SFP. Over here, daily SFPs, right? In regions where you're looking to potentially get short. The reason why you determine your bias and why bias is so important is because without having a biased view on the chart, like, do you think it's bullish and going to go up, or do you think it's bearish and going to go down? You have no idea why you're taking a trade at what part of the range and what part of the chart. So having a bias is tremendously helpful in that, right? Like I was saying, you want to look for reasons to get bearish at range highs. Well, there was one right there, daily SFP. And then, I mean, it's been a significant move down from there. Now, you can't just base it off of a daily SFP. What you do is you say, okay, you've got a high time frame sweep, or SFP, for anyone that's not aware, an SFP is a swing fail pattern, which is just a swing level that price attempted to get above and failed to close above, showing that a price did not want to be accepted above the level. Price didn't want to be accepted above the level. Price didn't want to be accepted above the level. Boom, right? Same thing here. A bullish SFP. Price didn't want to get accepted below the level. Price didn't want to get accepted below the level. Well, here, right? And we're into an area of daily supply. We're getting closer towards the top of the daily range. These are potential things to be looking for, right? Like over here, we also had, but the reaction wasn't as strong. And given that we were closer to the bottom of the range, it's not going to have as high of a priority in terms of the strength of the move, right? Because again, when you're towards the bottom of the range, you're looking for reasons to get bullish, and towards the top of the range, looking for reasons to get bearish. And so, yes, there were intraday trades here that we were taking. And here as well, short setups. But then what you do is you start going down to lower time frames. And we can see that H4 is still bullish, right? And like, look at these SFPs it's been putting in here. Right, and you get these triggers on any time frame. This is why you do fractals from high time frame to low time frame. And what you want to do is try and get something that's in alignment with the high time frame. So in this case, given that high time frame on Bitcoin is still bearish, like there's no, like we can't discredit the fact that weekly, 3-day, and daily on Bitcoin are all in bearish market structure. On lower time frames, it's bullish, like H4 is bullish. And here's our H4 swing high. But that's what you get, right? Like that's how you create a market, is you get the primary trend, the high time frame trend, and then you get counter trend on lower time frames to create and take the moves to create the lower highs in this case, because we are viewing it from a high time frame bearish lens. The H4 range is quite wide. Like these H4 moves in this counter trend have been quite good, right? And there's been lots of trades to take. But we're sort of in the middle of this daily range. It keeps rejecting, like you can see this daily level, right? Price just keeps pushing up in there. I'm of a bias that we're going to trade down towards somewhere in here, and we can throw up the Monday range as well. And that sort of aligns with that. For those that have been following along, you know that we've been waiting either to take a Monday high and look for a short, or to get a reclaim, like trade below the Monday low and then reclaim to look for a long, or even all the way down to this H4 level, right? It's just sort of been a lot of chop with not much to do. Now you can see here we've had H4 SFPs and the reaction that has come off of those, right? Like there's good scalp trades to take here. But I'm not personally convinced of direction at this moment in time, because it is just, you know, what's the phrase? You don't want to diddle in the middle of a range. Well, you've got your Monday range, and it's literally at the middle of the range. Now, what would be a good short setup, especially given that we're up into supply on the daily here, is some sort of SFP of the H4 range high, Monday range high, or even trades above it and then loses it and closes back below. Then you've got a nice short setup. But for the moment in time, like I've just been patiently waiting, because I want to try and take as high probability with a good amount of value capture, whether that be from a long or a short, as possible. And trading in the middle of the range here, it just doesn't align with my style. Like I know a lot of guys who are really, really great at trading EMAs and things like RSIs and other indicators like that, people that have been with me for a while know that I'm not, I don't trade those things. I don't trade indicators. I like a clean chart and just horizontal levels. I'm all about horizontal levels and trying to target a trade at the highest probability regions. So that's usually towards the extremities of a range. And from where we are right now, just chopping here, like there have been times throughout the since this Monday range was formed that you could have been like, okay, we're back above the mid range. I want to take a long. Well, look, it didn't even get to the range high, or you're back below and it keeps getting stopped short in this region, right? So unless you're really dialed in on like the 15-minute time frame and you're taking snipes, literally trades that might last a few hours at most, then by all means be drilling down in there, right? Like you can take the same fractals, right, on lower time frame. Like here, just as an example, this was M15 supply. You got a higher high, closed above, right? Flipping the range back to bullish. It came into demand, and there was your trade, right? See, you can take these low time frame scalps. You just have to, and it gives you really tight invalidations. Like, you know, you put your stop down here, your invalidations are tight. And if you're looking to take snipe trades with tight invalidations and maybe a little bit dialed up leverage or bigger size, you know, you can all day long do trades like that. But it does require being very, very focused on that time frame. And like, you know, if you step away for a minute and you miss your entry, well, you're not trying to chase these moves because you're trading on such a low time frame. Right? Like, and we can even see here, okay, here was a short setup, right? Up into supply. Even just now, this morning, you know, everyone was getting pretty bullish on that Bitcoin move, but my bias was still kind of short-sided and felt like the bullishness was getting a little bit premature. Well, look at that. You've had a short setup right here. And this one, given that you had an H1 lower low right there, right? Like this was your H1. It was a bullish H1 range. Well, then you close below, creating a bearish H1 range, ran up into supply. There's your short. But this is chop city. And like you have to be ready to cut super quickly on these time frames, right? Like you're not looking for big percent moves. But what you are trying to do is capture a good RR. So because you can get a tighter invalidation, right? Where's my, here we go. Let's get the short tool. So say you manage to get in somewhere up here. You would put your, you would sort of maybe target there as your stop, and then you're targeting back down towards some of these lows. All right. And I mean, that's a 3-to-1. You know, not fucking bad at all from an RR perspective. But you do need to be ready that once price starts moving down here, like, is it actually going to trade all the way down here? You don't know. Or is it just going to trade to here, right? So like on these lower time frames, it's just a lot more micromanaging of your positioning, which is why I like H4. It does look like it wants to head down though, right? Especially this daily level keeps capping price, which really does support my thesis that the Binance perps chart is the most widely used. And what have I said in the past, even when trading on chain and the debate between deck screener or bull X charts, et cetera, et cetera? Well, my bias had been the bull X charts reign supreme. It's where everybody's trading from. And I was proven time and time again that that is correct just by watching how the charts reacted to certain levels. Well, same thing here, right? You're watching how price reacts to certain levels. And if price keeps capping this daily swing point, right? It's not like a range defining swing because there's just swing high to swing low, but it keeps getting capped here at this SFP. Well, it tells me that this level is important and people are watching this level. Now, there might be some EMA that aligns with here. I don't know. Like, I don't look at EMAs, right? But like I was saying, I know a lot of guys that trade really well with EMAs. And you know what is great for EMAs too is low time frame breakout trading. Like if you want to be doing M15, the 15-minute chart, taking M15 trades, like say an H1 setup with an M15 entry, then an EMA can be a very valuable tool. I don't like using EMAs. And that's nothing against them at all. It's just when I was learning, they never resonated with me. I would look at people having EMAs on the chart, and it just always felt like trying to time that move was always a little bit after the fact of when the move had already started, which is why I just like horizontals. And yes, you're waiting for oftentimes you're waiting for like a candle close, so like an H4 close. So sometimes that can be a late reaction as well, but it's just what resonated the most with me. As soon as I started seeing the chart in horizontals, as opposed to diagonals or those, just like squiggles, the voodoo and squiggles, right? Like as soon as I started seeing charts in horizontals, like it really unlocked everything for me. And shout out to Big Cheds for that, because early on in my trading journey, and when I was really focused on learning, I came across Big Cheds, and he was all about horizontals, and it completely changed the way I looked at a chart. Because before I was like confused. I was like, I don't fucking like what. How do you like? I knew people were trading and were being successful at it. This was during my first cycle in crypto, green and fresh behind the ears. I would look at a chart and be like, I have no fucking clue. But as soon as I started recognizing the horizontals, it really unlocked a lot for me. So shout out Big Chats for that. Shout out Trader Main for that. All about horizontals. Shout out Crypto Cred for that. Also all about horizontals. Okay, so that's where we sort of stand on Bitcoin at this moment in time. In a bit of a no trade zone. I'm waiting for something to unfold, and I've been waiting for a few days now, right? Like, I don't want to force trades, especially middle of the range, because that's just, it's never worked out for me, because where's your invalidation? Oh, you're trying to trade around here. Well, your invalidation, say you're trying to short from here. Well, your invalidation is all the way up here. Or say you're trying to long from here. Well, your invalidation is all the fuck way down here or even down here, right? So where do you place your stop? How much risk are you going to be able to put on in that scenario? So I'd rather take a trade at the extremities and go from there. Now, what would be a massive short signal for me, given that we've had this run up into daily supply, right? We've tagged daily supply. We're putting in SFPs here. If you get a close below this H4 here, like if price closes on in a 4-hour candle, not just a wick, but closes below here, I think you have a massive short setting up to short it all the way back down to the 3-day lows and maybe down even lower. Who knows? But we're not there yet. For now, right? It's those if this, then that, if that, then this scenarios. Well, right now, if price gives me something up here that I can work with, we're looking to short. If price gives me something down here or down here to work with, we're looking to long. Or if price completely loses the H4 structure, then we're looking to short it harder rather than like an intraday scalp or a multi-day swing. We're like trying to take that as far as we can. Excuse me. Are there any questions? Let's look through the chat real quick, see what's going on in there. Too Tall, what's up, buddy? GM, thank you for being here. Man, there's some people that just on Twitch just spam shit. Let's see if I can get rid of this comment from this person. Ban. There we go. Banned, motherfucker. Sorry, if anyone is seeing that comment on Twitch, just don't click any links. Don't click any links. even if I share a link, be hesitant to click a fucking link. Like, yes, I shared the link to my TradingView watch list for the Vertex pairs, and I would recommend following along. Like, if you guys really are serious about wanting to learn, just pull it up and follow along. Like I said, I'm going to be running this stream for a while. Now that we've run through Bitcoin and there's not really anything from my perspective of the trade to take, I'm going to leave that as that, and I'm just going to start running through the other charts, right? Like, we've got a long fucking list here. I'm going to try and bang through as many of these as possible. But I don't want to have to sit here talking to them all, because that's what takes longer, right? Is I want to be able to explain the process, which we did here on Bitcoin. So hopefully you can take what I've talked about running through the Bitcoin chart and just try to apply that to your own charts as we're running through these others. Like, pull up the watch list, open up the charts, and just start trying to see if you can decipher what it is that I'm doing. Because that's how I learn, right? Like, I watched hours and hours and hours and hours of content of traders that I really respected their style and that seemed competent and knew what they were talking about and understood how to read a chart. Like, I spent literally from the end of 2021 all through 2022 and into the first, I'd say about half of 2023 was just me studying and trading as much as possible so that I could understand charts. And I'm talking like sometimes 4 to 6 hours a day, sometimes, of content from great traders. So use the knowledge that I have, because I've tried to distill it into so that you don't have to spend 4 to 6 hours a day. Like, the more hours you put in, the better, of course. Always. That's the case with anything. Practice, practice, practice. But if you're not putting it onto your own charts, if you're not taking that information for yourself and you're just like following along in the background and not really paying attention, I mean, that's fine. And I appreciate the more viewers, the merrier. So bring it on. But if you're serious about wanting to learn, then you need to be putting these principles into practice for yourself. And you need to be asking questions. So if at any point you guys have questions about something that I'm doing, ask it in the chat and I'll circle back and try to answer. But for now, I'm going to throw some music on and I'm just going to start ripping through these charts. I'm not going to talk as much over this part because I do just want to rip through them. So yeah, let's get to it. Pull up some music. And yes, if there's any questions before I do dig in deeper, start ripping through these, please ask away. I'm just going to put some music on and I'm going to mute myself for a bit, but I'm here. I'm going to be marking up the charts, ask questions. And if I see setups unfolding, like if I see something that looks really interesting taking place, then I'll draw your attention to it and we can try and find an entry. It's either long or short, because there are some charts that are, same thing how on Bitcoin we're monitoring this Monday range. Well, there are some things that have ran the highs and are coming back in or are down near the lows. And we're going to come across those. So let's fucking do it. Can you guys tell me how the volume is? Like, do you want the music louder or quieter? Like I said, I'm not going to talk as much. I'm going to mute my mic and just vibe and get through this. So if the volume on the music is too low or too loud, just let me know and I'll adjust accordingly. But for now, we're just going to vibe. Awesome. Moses says vol is good. So yeah, follow along, pull up your own charts, get some of your own work in on these, ask questions if they come across, and I am here just working. Like on ETH here, like we're so close to the Monday low. I just love to run this Monday low. And we can look for a setup to run the highs. But like from here, without it actually running the low, and like maybe even just SFPing this level here. Right? Because we're at the ETH chart's a little bit cleaner than Bitcoin, right? Because on the Bitcoin Monday range, your H4 swing low is all the way down here. Whereas on ETH, your H4 swing low is actually the Monday range low. So like, give me some sort of setup in here, SFT something. I mean, you do have some. You had H1 SFT there, but like the reaction isn't great. I really want something come down into here. Give me a nice setup there. But the ETH chart is a little bit cleaner to read than Bitcoin. Kind of crazy on Sol. This like the bearish weekly range. The top of the range is really all the way up here. Like this is a fucking massive range. Like look, like crazy. That was literally the Trump coin, right? What a move off the highs for such a large market cap token. Like this, the weekly range high is all the way up here. How the fuck do you use that, right? Like. Oh, Moses said I gotta drop the volume if I'm gonna talk. Is that audible? Or is the music still too loud for me to talk? It's just gonna be so sporadic. Maybe I'll leave it there. Is that a happy balance? Is that a good balance? Appreciate the feedback, by the way, Moses. So kind of interesting to see here, right? Like Bitcoin H4 is still bullish. ETH H4 still bullish. Solana has made a lower low on H4. So we're actually looking like you have a valid short setup up here because we're up in a daily supply here. You got an H4 lower low in that region. That if price moves up into here, you're looking for a short trigger on Solana. Unless, of course, it flips H4 back to bullish by closing above. But for now, it's in bearish H4 structure. That's really interesting too. See how that aligns with the top of the Monday range. Like say, what would be a really great trigger. Say over the next couple days, Solana manages to trade up here. You get a daily SFP, like a daily wick through there. And it manages to hold this H4 box, like say price just wicks up there and closes in here, there's your short, right? AVAC's in a bit of an interesting spot because 3-day is bearish, but daily has flipped the range to bullish. So if Bitcoin doesn't shit the bed, and we don't start seeing lower lows again, or moves back down towards the lows, you know, you could look for a long on AVAX in here on this breaker. You know, it's flipped daily to bullish, even though 3-day is bearish. And it did come into an area of monthly demand. So like, here's your daily range. It's a bullish daily range. It's ran up into 3-day supply, but the daily is bullish. So if you get a pullback into here, you know, it is struggling with this weekly level though. And was this just a deviation? Ran the Monday's high, now back within the Monday range. Is it going to sell off down towards the bottom? But if that's the case, right, like you zoom out towards the bottom of the Monday range, you run something down here. That's the area where you want to be looking on the daily time frame for the lower high, for the higher low to form, to get long, right? So AVAC's kind of interesting here. Moses, your question. The area I just marked out, is that your buy zone on dips in order to maintain continuation? On which chart was that? Was that on Aptos? Oh, on AVAX. Oh, you noted on AVAX. But what your question before? What chart was that on? Yeah, Aptos. Okay, let's pull back. So on Aptos, I think what I'm looking for is if it can run up here and SFP on H4 in this daily supply, like that looks like a clean short to me. Conversely, yes, if you want to run a Monday range low play, like say it sweeps the range low, then you look to play it up to the high, and then maybe that's where you get your stronger short positioning from. Right now, it's sort of in the top, or like the top half of the range, but close to the top third. There's not really a trade here, but like either it runs the highs and then you have a short, and given that it's in daily supply, it could be a significant short, or you get some sort of price action that runs the lows and then you could long it up into here, right? Like we want to trade it both ways. So you could take a long from down here if it gives it to you, up into here and try and short down further, which is what I was outlining there. But AVAX is interesting, like, you know, you flip daily to bullish, higher high, daily range low, daily range high, you have this breaker in here. It's now a bullish breaker with supply that flipped into demand. It's looking like a short setup off the Monday high here, because it is shorting off of the Monday range high, right? Or sorry, the 3-day range supply. But if price does come down into this breaker and runs this Monday low, you have a decent long opportunity. You know, as soon as the price recaptures daily market structure, right? It had been bearish and now it's bullish daily market structure. That's a much more aligned long, right? You want to be looking for longs more than shorts, and you want to be taking the entries to align with that time frame. So I would say that if you get some sort of trigger down here within this breaker, lining up with the H4, like that's a pretty solid long, if that makes sense. You know, when you come across stuff like that while you're analyzing your charts to try and find setups, make use of the alert tool, right? So that when price tags an area, you know, to be paying attention to try and look to see if you get a setup that you can work with. Potential Monday range low play here on Bitcoin Cash. if this H1 SFP is here, although ideally you get an H4 SFP here, you get some sort of entry around here on the Monday low, stop below here, this daily level. You have a case to go long on Bitcoin Cash, up into supply, maybe back up to the Monday highs. This is actually pretty compelling here. You can, you can take it off the H1 once this closes. I wouldn't necessarily try and dive in prematurely, although it is starting to get a nice reaction off the Monday low here. And I came across this really great channel on YouTube yesterday. It's like Godfather Mafioso Lo-Fi Hip Hop Beats. I reached out to the creator to see if he'd be cool with me playing some of his music in the background during future streams. I haven't heard back yet, but definitely a vibe that streams like this I would fuck around with. It's not this music, it's some guy that I came across. But hopefully for future streams, I might be able to get some of his music. Yeah, you might have a setup here. Off the Monday range low. If your H1 closes like this, inside the range, try and buy as close to the range low. It's 2 hours until the H4 though, so a lot can happen during this period. But you have a pretty tight invalidation on this. So it's like, are we longing Bitcoin Cash? And I was looking at the monthly though, like monthly breaker, right? Monthly higher high, into monthly bullish breaker, into demand. It's bearish on all of the time frames though, like weekly is bearish, weekly lower low, and it's come to weekly supply and rejected. But there is a case here to try and play this Monday range. I might wait for the H4 personally, but you do have the makings for a trigger here on H1. I would really love actually just like a stab down into that daily level I outlined right here. If we can get a daily SFP there, like say even H4 closes below here, but you get a daily SFP and it gets back inside the Monday low, right? Like say tonight at daily close, we've had an SFP of this daily level, and price closes back within the Monday range on hourly even, and you just take a long from there. The target's somewhere up in supply up here with a stop below here. That's one to monitor. I'd really love for it to take that level out, right? Like it's still close. There's all these lows down here, these equal lows. But if H1 closes as it is getting some activity here. You can see buyers are stepping in. It may not even give, you may not have time to wait for the H4. I don't know. It's so close to this daily level though. Like I'd really love to see it fucking just take price out there. Because it could be premature. You could get an hourly close here, but still comes down and tests it before taking off. Sorry about that, Moses. I'll try and be louder when I'm talking. Just realized that was an old message. Kind of have two different setups here. You know, those if this then that on Bera. You're making H4 higher highs, but it is approaching a daily high. But if price trades down into this demand here on Bera and you get some constructive PA around the Monday high, like say you get a sweep into that level and it manages to close above, I think you go long to target back towards these highs, maybe up here. Or if it closes below the demand, flips it into a breaker and closes below the Monday range high, then you'd be looking to short it back down to the mid range and possibly the Monday low. Those are those, two scenarios on Bera here. Of course, it could keep ripping from here and you may not give that, but this is what I'd look for here. It was a perfect Monday low, H4 range low setup on BNB yesterday. This is similar to what we're looking for on BCH, right? We're looking for an H4 setup similar like that to what happened here, to run up into the highs. Like, is this maybe sign for a short? Okay, potentially, because it's ran the lows, ran the highs. Is just going to keep chopping this range. Daily is bullish though. Like, daily on BNB has flipped bullish when it closed above there. Higher high, but it's in the 3-day supply as well as weekly, but it's holding this monthly, right? It's back above this monthly level, and it held this monthly demand so far. Like, the weekly range is bearish. 3-day is also bearish, but it's trying to close above the 3-day high here. Daily is bullish. You're up towards this range high, and you're contending with this Monday level. Maybe if you get an SFP, the actual high. Moses, for a setup like that, where would you place your stop as per the swing low or elsewhere in regards to the Monday low SFP on BNB? Yeah, I mean, you would just set it, once this one's closed like that, you would set it below here if you want a really tight invalidation. I mean, if you want to be super safe with it, but it's useless because the daily is all the way down here. So if you're just scalping this on H4, yeah, you put your stop somewhere below here, maybe even below here, just to be safe. But then it skews your risk reward, right? It's not as strong there. So if you are really monitoring this and you caught this on H4, you see that SFP and you get in as close to that Monday area as possible, right? It was even giving you a sign on H1, right? Like wick, 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 wick. Get in as close to that level as possible. You stop below here. You got a tight inval, because if it starts closing below there, that's a noticeable difference. Even on hourly, right? Like, the hourly managed to hold it. If it starts closing below, then it starts looking different. You're putting in the exact inverse here right now. It looks strong though, and given that daily is bullish, I'd rather be trying to long from down here than necessarily trying to short this right now, because this could just rip up and close up. Or you get an SFP of the daily level, right? Like, say it wicks the daily level and then closes back below the Monday range, then you can short that. I think this is a little bit risky. No problem, Moses. Dot. Fun story. Dot was one of my first big W's back in 2020, 2021. I bought Dot somewhere in here. Price was somewhere around $5. Sold a bunch of it at 25. I had a plan. Like, I was super new to crypto, and I was like, well, I'm gonna have some sort of plan. This was like a fluke W of a plan. I was like, well, if it gets to 25, I'm gonna de-risk my initials and sell some more on the way up. I didn't sell all of it, and I ended up holding some down to here, which is part of the journey of learning how to trade. But it was my first big W was I bought somewhere down here around $5. Rationale being, well, if Ethereum is this, what if DOT was that? Well, what a piece of shit looking chart now. But it was one of my first big W's. And fun story is I took the profits off of DOT and rolled it into Matic at like 10 cents. And then I did actually manage to sell the Pico on Matic for that cycle around like, I don't know, was it $3 or some shit? Early W's that get you hooked on the game. It's funny how those early W's come when you have no fucking clue what you're doing though. Sometimes knowledge is a curse. It's a blessing as well because you protect your downside now, but sometimes it's just the naivety and the lack of understanding where you just like, you aim something and you're like, to the moon, and you just fucking hold it. Just hopefully you're fortunate to exit some of that instead of holding the whole way around. LMAO. What the fuck is this chart, man? Phil Bros. Phil, Filecoin Bros. You doing all right? Are there any Filecoin Bros left? I remember when this thing launched. It ripped a crazy valuation, but like for what fucking point? Like as a chain. Like I get the decentralized file storage angle, but as a chain, that's too funny. Well, there's that setup here on BCH. Like, I don't know that I want to... You have a valid setup here. I just don't know if I want to trade Bitcoin Cash, but... H1 SFP, Monday range low, close within, put your stop below here probably. Like, you have a long there. safer bet would be waiting for this H4 close, but like it might already be bouncing from there, so you might be late. So there is a trade here. Like here's where something like context is important, right? Because like you have this Monday range low here on Filecoin. Did an H4 SFP, but in the broader context of where this coin is trading, I think I don't want to long this unless it can reclaim this weekly level. You can see how important this level has been, right? SFP closed below, underside retest, right? So yes, you might have an intraday scalp here, but I'm much less confident than this than I am in the BCH one, and I'm not entirely confident in the BCH one, right? So like, you have to put a hierarchy. You have to determine your higher time frame bias and what the probability is, right? Like, yes, there might be that Monday range set up right there, and I'm very well may trade up into there. But I would actually be way more confident waiting for this to reclaim that weekly level up here above the Monday range, and then you have you have a stronger case to be long on something like this, right? Especially, I mean, you look at this chart, you're like, why would anyone want to fucking long this, right? It's not that there can't be a trade there, it's just get me above that weekly level, you know, maybe even a weekly close above there and then retest into there, and then you've got a good setup. Yes, there is a setup here. I just don't feel overly confident in it. And there's better points that you could take advantage of the Monday range versus this. Also, again, big shout out to Trader Main. I mean, I learned the Monday range strategy from him years ago, and he's been bringing it up again a lot recently. Like, out of all the people that I learned from, Trader Main is the only guy that I'll still watch his streams pretty frequently. Not even necessarily for the analysis, because I do things a little bit differently than he does, and I like to trust my own instincts and my own bias and analysis. But it's like a communal thing, right? Like, just like I'm trying to build a community here with AFM and all the people that show up frequently. Really appreciate you guys, but it's just like, I'll still tune in into the streams and I still learn things from him, right? Like, I'm still trying to improve and perfect and learn. So a big shout out to Trader Main. Yeah, that's all I got to say about that. And if you've never joined Trader Main on a live stream, I would highly recommend it. One of the biggest influences on the way that I trade and on the system that I use. So if there's some things that you're trying to drill down in deeper, of course you can ask me to dive into those concepts further. But he's been doing this for like a decade, doing the streams. Really a trailblazer in that regard. So if you haven't caught a Trader Main stream, I would highly recommend you do so. Like you did even get an H4 range low SFP. You ran the H4 range low, managed to hold within the Monday range. So like, it's not like there isn't a trade here. It's just why would you want to fucking trade Falcon? Not that anyone's asking me about Falcon, but like, yeah, there is a valid setup there. I just don't really want to fucking trade Falcon. Another chart that just looks like absolute dog shit, like Filecoin. Like doing this and running through all these charts really proves the point, or emphasizes the point, that over a long enough time horizon, 99.99% of tokens are worth literally zero and will trend to nothing against Bitcoin. So like, use them as levered plays against Bitcoin when they're trending upwards, but overall just don't become a bag holder. Just capture value, capture gains, and move on. Like, I don't even know that I want to chart this. What the fuck am I supposed to do with this, right? Like, some of these tokens probably a waste of time to be running through. How far are we through this list even? Ooh, there's a lot to go. I don't know that I'm going to get through all of these today, but maybe we can pick up the series again tomorrow. I'm kind of enjoying this though, just running through them live. I may take a break for a little bit. I'll leave it running. I'm kind of getting a little bit hungry. What time is it? Oh, it's mid-afternoon where I am. Probably run through a few more and then take a quick break. I mean, I'll leave the stream running and then I'll jump back into it. Like I'm just going to keep popping through these because I'm enjoying doing this. So hopefully you guys are learning something while I'm going through. And again, if you have questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. Right, like even a coin like Injective, like 2 years ago, everyone was like, holy shit, this shit's the future, right? And like, look at this round trip it's done. So just keep that in mind, like over a long enough time horizon, the only asset you really want to hold on to is Bitcoin. And I say this as someone that held on to ETH last cycle. I no longer have any of it. Over time, I transitioned that into Solana and Bitcoin, although maybe Solana is turning into the new ETH. If you look at the Sol BTC chart, definitely some similarities there. But over a long enough time horizon, you just want to hold on to Bitcoin. It's funny, when you first get into crypto, you hear like older people in the space say that, right? Like, oh, it's just Bitcoin. Like, shitcoins are shitcoins. You just use them to trade and stack more sats. You don't hold them. And you're like, whatever, old timer. Like, this shit's the future. My coin's gonna fucking moon and it's gonna be the future of finance and blah blah blah. You know what? But over a long enough time horizon, and the longer you're in crypto, the more you realize that it's Bitcoin over everything else. Everything else is just a levered play so that you can stack more Bitcoin. Mohammed, I see your request there for GMX. I'm not actually doing a request show today. What I've been doing is, if you look, you can find the post on in the description, actually, since I can see you joining from YouTube. If you go in the description, I put together a watch list of all the Vertex perps pairs. I put together a TradingView watch list of all the perps pairs that you can trade on Vertex protocol, which is where I've been doing the majority of my trading lately. And I've just been running through all of the pairs on there. So I've just been focused on that today. Maybe in a little bit I can get to GMX, but I'm just trying to power through these at the moment. But we'll find some time. Remind me a little bit later. So on Injective, actually, kind of interesting. We've ran up into daily supply. You had a few things happen here. Within daily supply, you had an H4 SFP right there. And on top of that, you had an H4 market structure break right here. This is actually a very clean short setup and trigger. It's a little bit late for that move. We put in another H4 lower low here, and it's run up into supply. So maybe you're getting another stab at a short. Maybe it comes up into the Monday high again, gives you a nice clean short trigger up there. But you had daily supply, H4 SFP into a lower low market structure break, which also aligned with the Monday range high, closing within the Monday range, back within the Monday range. Then you got this right here, a tag up into supply and the short trigger, right? Off of look how many things aligned here. Like, this is why using the different tools to your advantage is so beneficial. The different pieces of the puzzle putting together when it comes together like that, right? Like you had, let me just remove some of this stuff so you guys can all see that, because this is a good lesson and a good piece of information to take with you, right? You have your where did that go? No. Ah, crap. Why did it delete everything? Okay, that's why. I know now why. No, it's gonna keep doing that to me. Okay, do this. Okay, we zoom out to daily. Why does it keep removing that from me? Why does it keep removing this? Okay. We can see on daily price. Why are you being annoying? Okay. There we go. This is what I wanted. On daily, you have a bearish daily range, right? Swing high created a swing low, creating a lower low, making a new daily bearish range. You have your supply here. This is your area of supply, daily supply. Got on to H4. What you had was an SFP of H4 range high within daily supply. After that, you got an H4 market structure break, right? This was the bottom of your range. Price closed below, making a lower low on H4. It ran up into supply, which also happened to align with the Monday range high as an underside retest, short. Now, you've since put in another lower low on H4. You can see here, right? We put in another lower low here. There's your H4 bearish range. It's come up into supply. Now, if you get one more tag up into this Monday high with some sort of SFP here, I think that's a really solid short trigger. But we're putting all these pieces together, right? The more things that align, like it's not about throwing up every tool, every indicator, etc. Like you don't want to be doing that. You want to keep things as clean as possible, but there's certain pieces that you can use and certain strategies that if they line up, gives the probability that your trade is going to be successful a higher hit rate. All right, so likelihood is this is going to trade back down to the Monday low and possibly even lower. You know, if you can catch a good short from in here, given that it's run into daily supply, like you have a decent chance of a solid move down. I wouldn't be shorting this here right now. You either want maybe an SFP of that level or even back to the Monday high, SFP, that H4 swing high. You know, there is some bidding coming in now. But these are things that are lining up. You ran the Monday's high, SFP within daily supply, H4 lower low, tag of the Monday high. Like that's a pretty solid short setup right there. Now it's just, does it get the follow through all the way back down? You can't predict that far in advance, but you're trying to give yourself the highest probability setups. Getting a pretty decent move off that Monday low on Bitcoin Cash after the H1 SFP. Looking likely the H4 is going to close as an SFP. If the next H4 candle, you get some movement back down towards here, it'll give you a better entry, and you put your stop either below there or below there. It's a little bit late now for the H1 move because it's kind of, you know, are you buying into H1 supply? Right, like this is H1 supply here. But nice reaction off that level. Okay guys, I'm gonna be back in a couple minutes. I'm a little bit hungry. I need some water. We're on Litecoin. I'll remember to come back to that. I'll just throw the Bitcoin chart up for now. I mean, look at how that SFP is holding there. It's just still middle of this range. I don't want to be doing business, right? Well, what's good, buddy? No cocaine right now at the moment. Probably should just rip some lines while running these streams, shouldn't I? Anyways, I'm going to go get some food. I will be back in a few minutes. Let's leave the Bitcoin chart up for now. Okay, I'm back. Did the music stop when I left? Maybe it's time to switch. I can't tell if the music's playing or not. For some reason, it's not coming out of my headphones. Let's see if I can fix that. Okay, it seems as though the music's working. I am back. Still snacking a little bit. And my wife just told me that she's dropping our son off in a little bit. He's gonna be here though, he's chill. He'll probably just be on his iPad doing some Minecraft or some shit like that. But I may have to hop on and off to do some dad-related duties. But no worries. We're here. So where did we leave off? Litecoin, right? Dom was getting rather bullish about Litecoin, huh? Right into that monthly supply. Kind of feels like the catalyst for Litecoin is potentially done, huh? That's a good level there. Oh, I probably should have had a smoke when I had that snack. Probably gonna have to do that soon too. Because after all, it is coffee, charts, and a cigarette. By the way, thanks to everyone who is still here vibing. I would run this long form stream while I just get some work done today. This level clearly important on Litecoin, right? Like, it's failed it so many times. who wants to bet that this H4 flip and underside retest aligns with the Monday range before we put it up? Who wants to, you know, I have a strong feeling that we'll see it aligning with the Monday range high. Let's take a look. Pretty damn close, right? Maybe it still pushes up a little bit higher into that Monday range high. But given that it broke structure on H4, your bias, at least on a scalping term, like this isn't necessarily a swing because it hasn't ran up into daily supply yet. Right, like your daily supply is up in here. But losing the H4 structure while putting in a daily SFP. Oh, 1 second. I need to take a phone call. Apologies about that. That was just my wife. And apparently there's been a change of plans. No longer going to be my son, but my daughter, who is coming over to the to the office, which may require more of my attention than my son might have. He's pretty chill. They're both pretty chill, but my daughter's a little bit younger. And anyways, we're still ripping the stream. There might be someone coming to pick her up. Smart of my wife to try and think 2 steps ahead. Yeah, here on like one, I think if you get a push back up towards the Monday high, you have a good short within this supply. H4 lower low. It may not give that though. It may just have been that daily level. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, I am back. How's everybody doing? Yeah, where were we on Litecoin? I think you get something up into here, another push up through here. Maybe takes out the Monday high. It may not happen until tomorrow though. Or if you get a daily close above this level, right? Like you might just not really. Like if you get a Monday close above this S&P level on daily, the swing level here, then maybe this play gets negated. Because then if it can close above there, you're looking for daily to push somewhere up into here. But for now, you know, maybe it's some sort of one more sweep of that. What is there? There's this candle closes soon, and then there's one more candle until the daily close. So maybe, or it's tomorrow. Did the music stop? What happened to the music? Yes, the music. Use Bluetooth headphones. I guess it kind of auto stopped when I take them off, which is kind of dumb. Oh. You know what I'm gonna check GMX real quick for you, Mohammed. Let's give GMX a real quick check, and then we'll get back to this list. I don't think we're going to get through all this today, but we'll see. GMX. So we had looked at this one last stream. Nothing's really changed, right? It's still in this area of daily demand after the daily higher high. But did the daily higher high, it just ran right into 3-day supply, right? Right, the daily higher high ran right into 3-day supply. So what is the stronger bias? But for now, this is holding. Also holding that weekly level. I bet when this took place was when that information about that potential exploit took place, right? Like it wasn't a GMX specific exploit, but there was an exploit of some vault strategy. I can't remember the exact details, but I bet you that's when this took place. So what's actually kind of interesting though about that is even before that news broke, yes, daily's bullish. You had an H4 market structure break. And then a tag into supply, right? Like here was your market structure break on H4. This was your swing low, swing high, where you created a lower low. And then you had this breaker, this H4 breaker that went from a demand zone to a supply breaker. And it just front ran it, so you didn't actually get a proper tag. That would have been poetic if it had. But, you know, price usually shows its hand in the way that it wants to trade before some sort of news-driven thing takes place. But regardless, that's neither here nor there at the moment. Right now, daily demand, daily higher high. H4 is bearish. It's made another lower low on H4, right? Lower low, lower low. This is the supply that it's dealing with on H4 that it needs to close above. If you're looking at this for bullish continuation, you need to get an H4. This is your H4 range. You need to get an H4 close back above the supply to flip H4 bullish again, and then you're looking for it to trade back up. But for now, this is what's capping price. Also below the Monday range, right? Like close below the Monday range, ran up into supply. Is this just going to come back down? Who knows? But slight edge to bears, slight edge to shorting here. But this daily supply is still intact. Okay, Mohammed, hopefully that gives you a better picture. Like, you really want this area to hold on daily. You really want this to recapture on H4, the close above. Right now, it's looking a little heavy. Okay, back to the list. Near. Excuse me. One thing that doing this exercise, not exercise, putting in this work is highlighting for me, running through this list indiscriminately, just running through it one by one, is we've put in a lot of decent moves, especially on alts, right? There's been good counter trend moves. But at the moment, we find ourselves towards range highs on a lot of these tokens, right? There's a few that have flipped daily back to bullish and have managed to close as a higher high. and those are ones worth focusing on for longs. But so many of the other coins, until they do that, your base case is that a lower high is forming to go lower, right? Like, you can look at a coin like NEAR and be like, oh, it's been so fucking bullish, but the meat of that counter trend move is done. You don't want to be longing here because you're so close to, yes, you can catch a scalp, an intraday scalp if the setup gives it to you to go trade up into the range highs maybe, but the closer you get to the range high, the less the probability of a long you're looking for, because you're getting into a region where you're looking for the lower high to form, and the meat of that move is already done. And when you get an aggressive sell-off move, like we've had on all these coins, look at how solid of a signal those H4 range low SFPs have been, right? They've gone on to print the reversal up into daily supply and daily range highs. I'm not saying that NEAR can't go higher from here. It's just the attractiveness of a long from here is much less than trying to look for a short. I guess we've had an SFP here on daily, or it's attempting to finish one here, right? Yeah, it's attempting this SFP here. What you really want is an H4 close down here to give you a bearish structure that you can look to short into supply on a bounce, right? From here, yes, you had these SFP entries and you get those really tight invalidations if you get something like that. But this move isn't necessarily done. It's just it's getting closer to the end of that if you want that sort of confirmation type of entry, is you wait for a price to close down here, and then you look to short wherever supply is up here to take it back down, right? Not much you can do with on the Monday range here, right? Like after it lost it didn't give you much of a move. Recaptured, not much. Lost it, not much. So I think the key thing on this one is what's going to happen with this daily close. If this gets you the SFP, and then you get an H4 lower low, you look to short that shit down. You know, fundamentals aside, I know NEAR has done a bunch of stuff in AI. They position themselves as an AI chain, but like, I don't really like to listen to all that shit too much unless it's some bullish news and prices down there range low, because then you have asymmetric upside to capture. But fundamentals matter less when you start getting up into high time frame supply and range highs. It really is a smart marketing thing to do for a protocol, right? Like Sonic used to be Phantom, FTM. And this is nothing whatsoever against the Sonic protocol. I use it every day. I actually use Vertex on their Sonic deployment for trading perps. And I'm actively yield farming on Sonic. It's a wonderful chain, but this is really highlights how something like a bit of a marketing trick can change perception of things. Because when this was Phantom, this has years of price action history. And actually, Binance just delisted the Phantom token itself. So like, let's see if we can find a perps chart of Phantom still in circulation anywhere. Because they just delisted it. Let's see if I can just find it. Okay. There we go. Poloniac still has a Phantom tether. It's non-perps. It's spot, but look, they delisted it too. Right? That's what that means. But just for context, right? The S chart doesn't have all this price history, right? So you're looking at the S chart thinking, oh, this is a clean chart with no bag holder. When the reality of the situation is, you know, you had a monthly SFP, bag holders, like there's a lot more price action history than this, the Phantom chart. Like this chart doesn't even go back that far. It's kind of frustrating that they've delisted it. Weekly supply, right? Like just looking at the S chart on its own gives you a different picture. It paints a different picture of what the token is, right? Because all the Phantom holders can swap 1-to-1 Phantom for Sonic. And there is still community members of Phantom down bat that bought the Pico top of last cycle that are looking to exit, right? Like in isolation, the S chart looks good, but when you put the history there and you start looking at it, you're like, okay, we've had a monthly SFP within weekly supply. Weekly looks like it held the low on weekly, so it's into weekly demand. But that's just food for thought, right? Like nothing we can do about that now because they've delisted. I mean, I'm sure we could probably find an FTM left chart. I wonder. Ah, there we go. There we go. See, they can't take away on-chain. On-chain doesn't lie. And those are the thing. S is inflationary now. Well, it's pretty much fully circulating, right? Like, but they are about to do that massive airdrop. So it's just things to keep in mind. Like people think, oh, it's a clean chart, no bag holders. Well, the reality is the opposite of that. It's not a clean chart with no bag holders, right? Monthly SFP. Interesting that this only goes back to 2022 because there is, see, this isn't even as helpful because there's a whole chart history that went up to, like, what did Phantom trade at? It's Pico top. What was Phantom's Pico top? Let's find out. Did they even do listed from here? See, it's a little bit sneaky, right? Okay. Those are Phantom. No, I want FTM itself. Give me FTM. Ah, okay, there, Phantom. This probably has the maximum history, right? Okay, there's the picture. That's what you want to see. is we're down here, and there's all of this that took place. There are bag holders still holding this Pico top, let me tell you. And eventually, some of them may want to de-risk and at least get part of their losses back, right? So that's just something to keep in mind when you're looking at something like this. It's like, oh, this shit looks fucking bullish as fuck. It's done a weekly higher high. It's done a 3-day higher high, tagging demand. But the bigger picture is that it doesn't show that this was all underside retest into supply. Wonderful protocol, though. I use it every day. The Sonic protocol. And you can capture a lot of yield over there right now. The glory days of yield farming. But just keep that in mind when you're looking at something like the Sonic chart, that it's not everything as it seems. Okay, and now also daily range high, sweep, 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 sweep. Put it in SFPs up here, right? It's a bearish daily range. Here's your supply. You don't want to be getting bullish into the highs. If it flips daily, then you can look to relong. But like up here, you don't, like, how often on CT is everyone shitting their pants and incredibly bearish towards range lows, and then you get towards the range highs and everyone's like, oh, we're so fucking back, we're so back. New all-time highs, let's send it. You want to mute most of those people off your feed, just to be perfectly honest with you. So what do we have here on H4? Okay. Daily SFPs have a bearish daily range high. And got an H4 lower low. Right? You had a market structure shift back in alignment with the high time frame. Now, it hasn't had much follow through yet, and maybe it still pushes up one more time, or maybe it flips daily to bullish. I don't know, but there is a valid short here, right? All right, above Monday's high, lost it, above, lost it. Underside retest of the Monday high. Just you want to see more follow through. But if price comes back up into here and SFPs one more time, either before the daily close so that it closes as a daily SFP at the top again, or after the daily close so that it's just the wick and you don't get a daily close above that level, just flip the daily to bullish. Well, there's a short here. It's just there hasn't been much follow through. And there is a lot of interest in the S token right now, given that people are using it to farm, right? So like some of the high APR yield farms involve the Sonic token. So there are people actively buying the Sonic token, but there's also people actively selling the Sonic token because you're getting emissions in Sonic as yield in a lot of these farms, right? So it's sort of a two-way street of interest on this token. But you got your H4 lower low, back within the Monday range. Oh. Apologies about that. My daughter needed another snack. Oh, Moses said he had to head out. Well, appreciate you being here, Moses. Catch you later. Valid short setup here on TIA. Putting in, or looking to be putting in a daily SFP. H4 traded above the Monday high. Now it's back below. Put a stop above here. Short it back down towards Monday low, possibly lower because it is up in a daily supply. Not great RR from here. You want to be getting in closer up to the Monday high. Now, if it gives some sort of bounce up into that region, be able to short somewhere in there. Then you have a 2-to-1. Maybe if this comes up and underside tags there one more time. There's your entry. Played out a bit, huh? Three-day higher high on TON. Might be putting in a 3-day SFP, but it's too early to tell. Maybe you get another opportunity to long somewhere in here on TON, maybe take up some of these levels here. totally normal, absolutely natural, completely human price action, not manipulated at all looking on TRX. Like that. That's not real price action. That is not real price action. I'll be right back. Okay. And swear to God, my daughter needs something every other minute. Yo, J-Buck. That's awesome to hear, man. I mean, that's kind of the reason, or the reason why I wanted to do this live. I was like, I'm going to be doing this work anyways. I want to update all these charts fresh for this Vertex watch list. And I figured, well, I'm going to be doing the work anyways. Might as well just stream it while I'm doing it so that other people can follow along. Gonna do the work anyways, might as well. Share the love. Respect. Appreciate you being here. Happy that it's helping you out. When you say break candle, you mean like how do you know when it's a lower low break or a higher high break? Oh, a breaker. Okay. So all that a breaker is either an area of supply or demand that doesn't act the way that you would expect it to. So as resistance for supply, or as demand, or as support for demand. So what it ends up happening is it flips it. Let's see if I can find one on here. Let's see if I can find a really clear one. Maybe on a lower time frame. Let's go down to 3-day. Okay. So at one point in time, this was demand. Right? The order block for this bullish daily 3-day structure, right? Higher high. This was swing low, swing high, higher high. This was a demand. Price broke through it, meaning it didn't hold as demand, didn't hold as support. And then it flipped it into a breaker. Now, and you can see it rejected off the top there. It ended up flipping it again, but it was acting as like it flipped from being support to being resistance. It's not a great example because I would like to see one that just like nuked from there, but it is the best example that I can see looking at this right now of what a... Okay, here's a better one. There you go. That's a perfect example. You had a higher high, the area of demand that you would expect it for it to hold as demand failed, which turned it into a breaker, a bearish breaker, underside retest, retest, dump. The box. Well, so there's different types, right? There's order block style of supply and demand. There's breakers styles of supply and demand, and there's fair value gaps of supply and demand. They're all just different versions of where you would look for buyers or sellers to step in. For a classic order block, you know, a classic order block from ICT or that Trader Main might use, like we were looking on this weekly. Yeah, it's usually the one down candle before the up move or the cluster of down candles before the up move. And inverse for a bearish order block would be here, right? On monthly. This is the up candle before the down move, but you can also see it on weekly here too, right? Like we can tighten this up on weekly to just be that top one, and look at that, right? Like you can narrow it in. The beauty of using lower time frames, like if you know where you're looking, so we already knew it was bearish monthly, bearish weekly, right? So then you just drill down onto lower time frames to try and find where the rejection is most likely to come from. You can even tighten it up here, right? But yeah, it's essentially for classic ICT style, it's the down candle before the up move that creates a higher high that breaks market structure, right? Gives you a break of structure to the upside for a bullish order block or demand. And for bearish, it's the up candle or cluster of up candles before the down move. Yeah, exactly. But the key component of that is if you get a break of structure, because without the break of structure, it's not necessarily the valid supply or demand. That's the most important part, is you want to have a market structure break, because otherwise you could pick any area, and that is actually like one of the last pieces to come together. Is once you understand the market structure component, it's a whole lot easier to zero in on which are the proper supply and demand zones. Yeah, no problem, man. I appreciate your question. Gonna go grab a quick smoke. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hope everyone is still chilling and vibing in this long ass stream. I'll be back in a couple minutes, okay? Not gonna lie, it's pretty crazy. This has been going on for almost 6 hours. We're getting close to done. We're getting close to done. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do all of these today. Probably gonna have to shut it down soon, but this has been quite an experience. Keeping myself accountable. Thank you to everyone who's been here vibing during the stream. I'm not done yet. Not wrapping up just yet, but getting pretty close. Gonna be dinner time sooner than later. And I have been severely neglecting my daughter. Basically, what I'm pointing out here on this Vertex chart is, even if you get a weekly flip here, like really, you're not really that interested in this until it can recapture this monthly floor. Like, yes, you could catch a momentum trade from there up to there, but really, for the actual proper trade, you don't want to look at this thing until it gets above this monthly level. Otherwise, it's just fucking garbage. I saw they just tried something new for their tokenomics too. Does not seem to be working out. Synthetics is like one of the... It's just a horrible token. Like the protocol itself is okay, although I don't use it. Like, there's better perps platforms out there. What in the actual fuck is this price action here? What is that? This does not look real. Polygon, another case of a token where marketing came into play, right? Like Sonic, how they rebranded from Phantom, well, Polygon from the Matic token. The rebrand couldn't even save this POS. Literal POS. We're almost done here. What is that? We're on our last 4 tokens. Woo! What a fucking haul this has been. You can't ever say your boy Rapture has poor work ethic. What are we going on here? Almost 6.5 hours. Okay, let's try and wrap this up in the next 10 minutes. There we go. ApeCoin. Who the fuck buys ApeCoin? Seriously. No fucking clue. But what a fucking slog this stream has been. If anyone has been here with me throughout this whole thing, which I doubt there's been anyone that's watched this whole thing, but if you have been, congrats to you, because this has been a process and a half. I mean, this is what I do every day, regardless. Like, I'm sitting with charts, trying to find entries. But this was crucial, this whole process today, so that I can speed up the process every other day. Now that I've got this Vertex specific watch list on TradingView, now I don't have to fucking do this ever again. Now I just have to keep up to it, keep them up to date throughout my day to day, and take the trades as they come up. But before you do any, like, before you have all this shit done, it's a pain in the butt, right? Like, you can see how much work all this is, right? Who in their right mind is buying ApeCoin? I don't know if any of you guys were around when, for the Bored Ape craziness last cycle. You know, there's people that held those NFTs and got offers for many multiple millions of dollars and turned them down. Now they're worth a lot less. Life-changing money to piss money. Anyways. I don't know why anyone would buy this fucking, I don't know, like, yeah, of course, you can take trades on any chart, but, like, who's buying this fucking token? Craziness. Like, who is still sitting at home, pulling up this chart going, yeah, I want to trade this token? I don't know. Wow. The last 3 tokens were Coin, we're getting there. We're getting really fucking close to being done, and boy, will I be thrilled once this is done. Excuse me. This has been a fun process, though. Like, I love being at one with the charts, and any opportunity I get to refine my skills during an exercise like this, I will take it. Like, no, I don't want to have to do this whole fucking thing like this ever again. But once it's done, it's done. That's the thing, right? Like, people love to put off things they don't want to do, but once it's done, it's done. You can just get to the job at hand. You can do the work. Right? Sometimes you got to do the garbage jobs, so you can do the good jobs, the fun jobs, the enjoyable jobs. And we are down to our last 3 tokens, ladies and gentlemen, although I'm sure it is just gentlemen on this stream with me, but if there are any ladies, hello, welcome to Astrology for Men with 0xRapture, coffee, charts, and a cigarette. I swear I'm never going to do a 6.5-hour stream ever again. But this has been a fun exercise. You know, it hasn't been as draining as I thought as it could have been, because I haven't been talking a whole lot. I feel like it's when I'm talking on the streams that gets really draining. But I am excited to have all of this work complete. So I can just get down to the fun stuff, right? Just trading the chart and making slight adjustments throughout the day. But sometimes you gotta feel a little pain before you can get to the fun stuff. I mean, who's trading this blur coin, right? Like, and remember, if you've been following along doing some of this charting with me, that one thing that I like to do is I have an alarm set up for every 4-hour close, because I do frequently trade the daily 4-hour fractal, so that you can catch up on things at the 4-hour close. Remember to make use of the alerts. Alerts are your friend. In TradingView. We're almost done. We are almost done. Thanks. Fuck. Not that I don't enjoy spending my time with you lot. The AFM community. And I want to thank everyone who's joined me across YouTube, Twitch, or on X. I'm sure a lot of this has just been people having it on in the background while I do my thing. But it is nice, you know, having some people in the chat. Although I'm sure for the most part, people have just had this on in the background, which is totally fine. I needed to get this work done, and here we are. One thing I've noticed today doing this is there's a lot of tokens that ran up into daily supply, up into the daily overhead supply zones, and have since put in an H4 lower low. Which, when you're up into supply, if you're looking for the first signs of a trend reversal to realign with a high time frame trend, you're looking for something like an H4 lower low. You get that H4 lower low, and then you've got your short setups. I can't even tell if that held it or not. You know, you might get one more push up on these, on the ones that are up in the daily supply, up into the 4-hour supply, maybe with some sort of SFPs, but we're getting really close here to some things looking like juicy shorts. You know, pair that with their Monday range strategy back inside the range, like some juicy shorting opportunities may not be fully there yet, but the meat of this counter trend move that tokens have been putting in on daily, 4 hour, might be reaching the end of that run. I'm not saying 100% that's the end of the run. For this particular leg, I'm not talking about the cycle wide, I'm just talking about we put in bearish weekly, 3-day, daily structure on all these coins. Well, we've been putting in counter trend moves on H1, H4, some have flipped daily back to bullish. Well, are we reaching the end of that particular leg before we see lower prices and form the rest of the bottom? Potentially. Or maybe we just rip from here. You know, a lot of tokens have come into monthly range lows. It's come into monthly demand and taken out monthly lows. So are we near the bottom? Quite possible, but things on a monthly and weekly time frame, when you're looking at a chart on monthly and weekly, these moves happen over months, right? So it's not just going to be boom, right? It's going to take weeks or months of chop down around in this area to form the proper bottom. So just bear that in mind when you're looking at some of these moves that have been, you know, some of these tokens have had nice moves, but bear in mind that they've run right up into high time frame supply on a lot of them. And we're potentially looking for short opportunities or to wait for prices lower to find a true bottom. Doesn't mean we can't just rip from here, but probability wise, you know, we're seeing price getting up into supply and supply doing as supply do. Some tokens we flipped, but they're here on IMX. Daily is flipped bullish. Let's see what's happened here. Like, right, you're starting to get realignment across time frame, realigning with the higher time frame bearish structure, right? Like H4 lower lows in supply. But this is things to keep in mind. These are things to keep in mind. And a lot of tokens approaching the top of the Monday range or within the Monday range, underside tagging Monday range highs. Some have come down into the lows. So let's take a quick look back and see what has happened with ETH after that. Okay, you got the H4 close as an SFP, the Monday range low. And a decent move from that, right? Like, that H1 trigger would have been a nice trade. What was the other one that was looking? What was the inverse of that? Indeed. Okay, we're starting to see rejection from the Monday range high. Let's take a look at Bitcoin real quick before we wrap this stream up. Again, struggling with that daily level. A little over an hour to go until the daily close, but it's really getting capped by that level, as we can see on the Binance perps chart, the BTC USDT.B chart or Binance. But we're still just chopping in the top portion of this H4 range, middle of the Monday range. Still no trade here for me. Take a look at Solana real quick, right? Like, people start getting bullish as you get a move up, but there's really nothing's taking place yet. You don't want to be taking a trade in the middle of the range. If anything on Solana, given that we've had an H4 lower low, I'm actually looking for a reason to short it up here. Okay, everyone. Well, we made it through each of these fucking charts. What a crazy slog. Excuse me. I want to thank you all for joining me on this journey today. I want to give a shout out want to give a shout out to the sponsors of the show. The Daily Edge, thedailyedge.com/subscribe, and chainedge.io. You can find links in the About section below, or in the description below, or from my X profile. Don't forget to join the AFM Telegram group, or come and join the Daily Edge 0xRapture's Thoughts Telegram channel, where I write out my thoughts every day like a journal, where I do a lot of my posting throughout the day, and also market updates at periodic moments or points, or important points throughout the day. And don't forget to follow and subscribe to the various channels, my X account, the YouTube channel, the Twitch channel. Really want to grow this community. We didn't even look at the Vertex platform itself, but all of these tokens from the watch list that I shared are from the Vertex platform, where you can trade perps. And you can find a link, you can find my ref link in the description, or in the About section. And with that, I am 0xRapture. This has been Astrology for Men, coffee, charts, and a cigarette. I want to thank each of you for being here with me. Until next time.